Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome back to our Saturday night live stream. I hope you all have had a great day so far, a great weekend, because I know I have. And I'm looking forward to spending the rest of it here with you guys. So I want to say thank you to everyone, one and all. I hope you guys have had a great day. And, well, thank you for stopping by so early here, as we're just getting started. How y'all doing tonight? Good evening to you two. We have Takashi and Okio's Jonathan, Draz, Greg, Fireball, Iran. How y'all doing? Hey, Kanti, welcome back. Alright, let's just hop on over to the game cam, shall we? Easy enough. It's StarCraft. We'll start off with some direct strike. Quick in, quick out. Keep it going. Beating a Vorion for a third time. That's one game I've never actually played for myself. I had a Merry Christmas. I had a very Merry Christmas. Great time. Spent the whole day with family, and most of the night as well. Came home with a overflowing bag of gifts, all of them snacks. So I have assorted snacks for the foreseeable future, which is, you know, I'm okay with this. Good evening to you too, there, Fabian. When doesn't the lobby feel creepy? When we're playing dead games! Which is, you know, not this one. Well, hello there. Zoltskian coming in and rejoining the incursion. Congratulations, friend. You regained access to all the beautiful emotes here in the channel, as well as your special access to Roll on Discord. But you knew that already. Clocking in at, well, more than 2 years. You'll love to see it. How's it going tonight, man? Best dinner ever, orange chicken? You know, I've never been a big fan of orange chicken. Like, it's under the it's fine category. It's a bit too, I'm going to say it's a bit too sweet for my tastes. Too orange. As fun as synergy is, it shows some players are inexperienced. Yes. Strong, you see it? I don't want to say too strong, because I do like strong things. Like, I enjoy strong things a lot. Most of my meals involve particularly strong flavors to the point that other people find them distasteful. It's just that particular, it's when it's strong sweetness that I don't like. Like, it's specifically the sweet element of the strength that gets to me. I didn't say inexperienced. It counts as in it. Hey, look, you can play the game for many hours and not actually learn from the experience, alright? That still leaves you inexperienced. They're like strong spices, strong savories, sours. I will fully chomp into a green, let's say like a Granny Smith, and be happy about my life choices. Or like suck on a lemon and be fine. But orange chicken and similar, not really my thing. Don't forget to ping the Discord. I did ping the Discord. I did ping the Discord. You can't fool me. Do these things not use their transfusion What's going on here? You like orange chicken at the start, but then you get to the end of the dish and it's more sauce than chicken. Yeah, I can't do that. I won't make it nearly that far. You got Noita, slightly daunted by what's to come, but looking forward to it. Have you been spoiled on much of the joys that is Noita? The proper rules to get it. Well, as long as you have all events, then you should get everything. But then I have the strategy events for those who are just looking for strategy-themed things, like, you know, StarCraft or whatnot. Okay, one more. That's a lot of mutas, man. Can I swap you to ranged? Not here. Oof. Yeah, I'm gonna need that to deal with this. You have the announcement channel notifications set to all messages. Sweeping the stream is for something you didn't pick a role for, you still hear a ping. You know, that'll do it. I do sometimes post things on the announcements channel that don't have pings, such as just an occasional update, but that's very rare. Maybe? Well, Noita is a good time. It is one that is best experienced finding it out along the way. It is a game where it is a roguelike kind of game where knowledge and experience is a majority of the fun. So if you look things up too much, you can and will remove your own play. You will remove much of the experience. So, you know, be careful doing that. You're a bigger fan of beef, pork, and broccoli dishes? You gotta get it orange once in a while. Yeah. I don't have a strong opinion on broccoli. Like, it has to be made well if I'm gonna like it. Bet you know it takes H&H to get mines. The answer, a Toulon. It is about time for ultras, but I want a couple more lunkers first. He actually doesn't have any cosmetics beyond the basic medevac. He's probably new. They don't like lurkers here. Yeah, I don't either, but I'm getting him anyways.
All forces planet
because I'm expecting to deal with... Whoa. Well, hello there. Hawkwolf coming in with the nuclear strike. You demand the nukes? Yes.
I demand all the nukes.
How you doing today, man? This is why I always wanted lurkers, because I want to stack with a teammate. It's just, it's not for me. First time catching a stream live. Quick question. Will I be uploading more Direct Strike content in the future with videos rather than streams? I would like to. I don't have immediate plans for it. We'll see how this week goes with the rest of my schedule. I can throw one in there. I will make no promises. I will make no promises, and I'll leave it at that. I am open to it. Whoa. The blinding cloud is actually pretty devastating for me here. Not that it's making a difference in winning or losing the wave, but still. 14 kills in this Ravager. The videos are the same. I'm glad you enjoy. Direct Strike content would be low if you already VOD uploads. Well, I mean, you say that like we're not making a VOD right now, but yes. Ever happened to Zero Tool Commander test for Direct Strike? Development's kind of stopped on that for a couple of reasons. How am I? I'm doing very well. Enjoying my evening here. Oh, this is awkward. It's going to expire before I get an opportunity to, you know, get involved. Just the moment of stun is enough to ruin. And now the lurkers get to do great and terrible things. I like the small scattering of Scourge. Just deleted your message accidentally. No. Rip. Rip message. Alright, I need these things. Not. Oh, it's bad. God, the blinding cloud is devastating. Yeah, but I've got a couple lurkers left over, so that will help. I think you actually need burrow charge here first. I'm surprised the Hunted Horn is actually performing here to some substantial degree without mines. Though I'm reasonably certain I just saw a mine, though it might have been randomly produced here. Well, I wanted the Ultras to get stuck behind the Hydras, but I didn't want them to get stuck that hard behind the Hydras. Which is awkward. The best content in Forts. Well, I'm glad you enjoy there, player 3,900. Got more content like that coming out every single week, multiple times a week. What we're here for. Honestly, I just like, I greatly enjoy being able to do streams like this for you guys, because then we could just hang out and chat. It's not entirely a one-way conversation, you know? There we go. I nearly wiped out the Stukov wave. And the Stukov quit. Alright. Voice makes you blush? Oh my. Sounds like a fun time. Making a game engine makes you appreciate just how not so bad modern game engines are. Component systems, event handlers, paint for the jungle without taking frames. Yeah. Yeah. That is one of the... There's a reason why things like Unity and Unreal have kind of taken over. They just work. They're not perfect, they're not optimized for anything really, but they work, and they work more than enough for the average need. Of course, causes problems when the need is not so average. But it hates Unreal Engine 5. And is it sorry, wait, Unreal Engine? Yeah, it should be Unreal Engine 5. You messed up the... And claims it makes games worse. I do generally think it tends to make games worse than what they could be, but realistically, most of those games wouldn't exist without it. It's usually how that works. Like, yes, the game would be better if you did your own game engine or optimized things properly from the ground up. European Union 5. You know, by the time we get to European Union 5, at that point, I think we're just a corporatocracy in actual name. Unreal Engine 5 is open source. You're meant to modify the game engine to tailor it to be more performant. That takes effort. Yes, and most will not do that. Instead, most games fall under the category of cannot be under the category of we don't have enough resources to modify the game engine, so we're just going to ship the game as is on an unmodified game engine. One that's meant for general purpose and not whatever features are in the actual game. And in doing so, you get a game that is messy. If you can't afford to modify an existing engine like Unreal Engine, then you can't afford to build your own game engine. Yep. And then the game just doesn't exist in the first place. So while I am firmly of the opinion that Unreal Engine makes games worse, it also enables games to exist at a level that wouldn't without it. If you can afford to modify Unreal Engine 5, you should make your own. That is kind of the kind of half the point. There's a gray area in between there somewhere, but practically doesn't exist, or at least we don't see much of that in practice. Oof. Operations got on the base. Been a full year, also where jump space. It's in space, jumping. Welcome back, Icicle. How's it going tonight? I'm getting yoinked. And then we're gonna get blind and clouded. Fortunately, ultras don't care about such clouds of blindness. And now we can chomp on the cowards. $2D games and a custom engine's not that bad. A game course taught me a good retro game. Yeah, the 2D engines tend to be a lot more simple. Let us go. I want to come to the topic of event handlers. I remember when the first couple of times I ran into them, I hated them. It was always this, especially when I was inheriting someone else's code. It was always like this, not opaque, but seemingly random systems, which would just activate out of nowhere. It's like, oh, here's this process that gets activated at the end of a chain of other process activations. And what does it do? It, at seemingly random, activates when something somewhere else looks at memory. I don't like that. But eventually I came around to it. And now I prefer them over pretty much any other structures. Send some big messages, please, by chat. Full of silence. Full of silence. I like that description. Well, the answer is, for the most part, that the people who tend to enjoy this channel are less interested in chatting than most. I mean, if you look at the demographic, I don't remember the last time I've shown the demographics on stream. We'll have like, if you have like 300 people watching, a majority of them are in the late 20s, early 30s category. A lot of fathers, mothers just have something on the TV, either for the children to watch or on their second monitor while working. Doesn't trend toward people who enjoy sitting in chat. Here for the music? You know what? Fair enough. Like, I offer, a banter with those who are willing to chat, but most of the time people just aren't interested in it, and that's okay. Just has something going on while doing some light gaming? Absolutely. Games like Creeper World series are a great example of when you want a custom game engine. Yes. Most people are lurkers, and that's fine. Yes. Cocoa Melon for adults. I feel like that's a reference to something, and I need to know what this is. I probably just poisoned my search results. Thank you for that, Romero. Why do you hurt me so? Why would you not use it incognito? I didn't know what it was. I blame you for this. Most people are lurkers and that's fine. Yep, that's true of a lot of strategy game and related content creators as well. You go into something like Minecraft or Fortnite and you just get inundated with people who want nothing more than to chat with the streamer and other people, and you get huge swaths of interaction just from that facet alone. If you go into something like StarCraft, Forts, Civilization, Stellaris, you'll have 300 people watching and 6 in chat, and that's just par for the course. That's just how that works. And that's such a disrespectful little thing. Nah, that's by all means. The chat is there to chat. Use it. There's no disrespects. I will say it is unusual for you to post. It is unusual for someone to post a long message like that and then just not. And then just instantly delete it. But you do what you want. Not seen King Benjamin lately. Does he play bar? He does play bar, and he is regularly, especially with all of the forts. He shows up like every forts. So basically, he's here every Wednesday. But yes, he does play bar. I see him, especially when we're hanging out on just the Discord. He's doing off-stream gaming. He'll often be doing bar. Poisoned, more like eviscerated your search. Like, I've already had another lady friend poison my search, alright? Like, it's... If Incursus wants that level of chat interaction, he's one thorium mine unpowered. Nothing brings out the lurkers faster than leaving an inefficiency in a logistics chain. Twitch chat doesn't do much good if you're watching YouTube for the purposes of background noise. Correct. And an overwhelming majority of people do that exactly. Your mind is overflowed with the English voice. There's very few ways to learn a language, at least a few better ways to learn a language than, well, getting immersed within it, listening to it and replying. I approve. Good job. Have you played Mech since the new update? Gripped is a lot of fun. Hope to run into you again sometime. It's a fun match, like a month or so ago, I think it was. I haven't played in a hot minute. Last time I played, last mech I did was MechWarrior 5 a few days ago, but it's not MechWarrior Online, so I wouldn't have encountered you in the out in the fields. Mechabellum. Ah, we've so many mech games. Yes, actually I have. I was doing some. It was all off stream. I was doing some testing of the New Balance stuff, looking to see if I can find some funny thing to turn into a video. Because the, well, the 400 ranged balls are quite the meme, I must confess. I didn't get them working in a way that I felt was worth putting into a video, but it was funny to see an instance of, 400 range balls. I did encounter a player who went mass, what's the word? Mass factory. And I had 400 range balls, and it was the hardest counter to mass factory I've seen. Like, I only had 2 units of steel balls, but they each had round about, like, 350 to 400 range. I mean, at that point, the factories just kept slow strolling up and just getting melted before they could do anything. It was great. Did you get that much range? I did the move command thing to have them go back and forth. So they just kind of rolled around, building up range. You add something like the range scope on them and they just... they're shooting across the map. They just end up sitting in the back off somewhere and just running through, just going through the whole map. It's great. Crag, I don't know if there's anything I can do about this one. Double range attacks and laser sight. Might have to try that. Yep. Yeah, that's what it was. I found that it also helps to have the target priority thing, because usually the target priority elements of the balls doesn't work particularly well because they're short ranged and they just shoot at the shortest range thing anyways because they're just shooting at whatever's in their range. But when you have 300 plus range, everything is within their range, and you really don't want your balls getting stuck on chaff. You just go to the streams every time to listen and learn English? Yes. Yeah, that is actually not uncommon. We get a lot of German and Polish, actually, doing the exact same thing. Just hanging out to chat and many times learn or at least experience English. Though I will say the Germans tend to not have a particular need to learn English. Even if they say, oh, I'm German and I don't speak English particularly well, but they're lying every time. They speak better English than most Americans. Which, to be fair, isn't setting the bar very high. Disruptor? I'm thinking about Disruptor. I'm entirely convinced it won't solve the problem, but I'm thinking about it. I would like 2 more Colossi. Also, that was my Discord thing, apparently. Discord didn't register that I'm streaming and auto-disable notifications, so I'm going to fix that. You're suspicious of any American that can pronounce English better than I can. That's fair. As Mr. Zobin coming in and rejoining the incursion for 13 months, just over a year. German. So I don't actually speak German. I have family that is German. I can somewhat read it. I'm told I can pronounce it reasonably well, but I cannot. I do not speak German. There is a select few instances where I've successfully listened to and understood a conversation that was happening in front of me, let's say two family members speaking to each other in German, and I will like sometimes successfully understand what they're saying. But we do often have Germans stop by in the channel, which is neat. Some anomalies in Rift are annoying, but mech evolution can be crazy. Yeah, it was interesting. I don't know what to do about this here. It's just bad. It's all bad. I shouldn't have gotten that first, and those are gone before this. Oh, start another Bahnhof. More like... Ich glaube, ich spinne. Because it takes me forever to respond to things. Overwhelmed. Learning languages can be difficult. Very difficult. WinCon is BCL stacking on your wave. I think so. I think the best I can do here is... I don't think that's a win. I don't think that WinCon is going to work. What are disruptors good for? They're just like single-use explosives. They just detonate. Think of them like spider mines or widow mines or banelings. They just cast explode in an area. Problem then becomes, what do I do after that? Cigar goes blind, yes. What is my native language? My native language is English. American English, specifically. And I do not speak other languages. Did he just sell for mass banes and then quit? Okay. Didn't you say you speak a bit of Spanish? Well, that's a strong description of it, but not entirely inaccurate. Claiming that I speak Spanish is a bold claim, one that I do not make. But I do have some knowledge of the Spanish language. The unfortunate trend of parents outsourcing childcare to YouTube content. Oh my god. No. I've had this discussion with family members. Because I get asked that question every now and again. It's like, oh, Incursus, you're a content creator. You know what this is like. Can you show me some stuff on YouTube that's safe for kids? There's no such thing. And it's not close. Are you familiar with Klingon? I know what Klingon is. No, YouTube Kids isn't. No, it isn't. If you can order food at a restaurant and parse profanity, you've got a usable grasp of language. You see, I can't do that. In fact, I did that a couple weeks ago, and it prompted the waitress to reply in English, which is unusual. Usually they'll stay in Spanish if I start in Spanish. I was like, maybe I had an off day, or I don't know. Maybe my Spanish has finally decayed to a point where it's just obviously gringo. Was it accompanied by that pitying look? No. It was accompanied by the Latina date across from me chuckling at me. Only way to be safe is to sit next to your kids and watch it with them. Honestly, not even that. Half of the threat from the content on Variant's internet platform isn't the content itself, although there is that element of it, but the training that the content is designed to give to your brain. For the same reasons why you don't want to give, narcotics or gambling to impressionable young adults, it's because they're optimized to take advantage of psychological tics, tricks, and abuse the human psyche into destructive means, destructive ways. Maybe the waitress didn't speak Spanish. Oh no, she did, because she immediately turned to my, Latina friend at the other end of the table, and I had a conversation with her in Spanish, which I was able to understand, but every time she talked to me, it was English. I was like, oh my god. Not good for attention span imagination. That's a simple way to put it, but yes. Go, Talus, go, Talus, go. Oh, and I got the shields up in time. Oh, that's big. Your native is Russian. Do not think that there is at least one Russian player speaker in chat. It is. I'd be surprised if there wasn't. But I guess at the moment it's a bit late on the Russian side of the world, so maybe right now there wouldn't be. But it isn't uncommon to have Russian, or really any of the Slavic languages around. Like take for example, when we do forts, there's a lot of there's a whole community, subset of the community that's just purely Russian. They hang out here all the time. Is it no here? We do enforce that it be English only in chat. Like you're not going to get immediately banned if you post something every now and again. But for the purposes of keeping it consistent across the board and everyone can be included, it is in the rules to stay English when typing in chat here. You want to learn English so much? English is a cool language? Hey. Sounds like a good plan to me. I mean, we shouldn't expect something new and engaging every 15 seconds. 15 seconds, I mean, is a long time for video engagement purposes. Like, it's closer, realistically, it's closer to 5 seconds. If you want, like, an actual number on that. 5 seconds is more within the expected behavior, more within the expected editing style of a successful YouTube video. You're really dumbing yourselves down. You have no idea. You used to watch YouTube videos a long while ago. That's what made you switch to streaming. Mostly because I don't like editing. Streaming is easier and more fun and more enjoyable. And also I still do YouTube videos, just not as many. Not on like an everyday like it used to be. What's the maximum amount of monitors before it becomes absurd? You have 4. 2 for native Manjaro to have references, 2 for Windows, VM, needed for Unity. Honestly, I think it depends what you're trying to do. I personally have 3. I could easily go up to 4. Because as it stands, I have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 programs on both of my monitors, side monitors. As you know, I have the center screen, which is just the game, and then on the left window is 4 active windows all smushed together, and the other one's another. Actually, that one we have 3 right now. So we have 3 more on the right side, and that's not including other programs I have running behind the scenes. That I have to Alt-Tab too whenever I'm changing stuff. So yeah, I could easily go up to a 4th. You want to learn English on a native level, and learn some Finnish. You're too lazy. Finnish is just so ellipsis. You don't need it now. Understandable. That's how I feel about every other language. I guess as an American, I'd never actually need any other language because we have, you know, a continent and a half of. I would have to travel so very far in order to actually encounter something that isn't English. So every time I try to learn a new language, it just gets exhausting because I have to spend more time searching for someone to speak that, to which I could speak that language than anything else. You saw someone who was at their work desk, had 7 monitors. There are very few jobs I can think of which would want 7 monitors. You're recently thinking about linguistics, and you feel all language influences how we think about things on a fundamental level. Yes, it is actually interesting to see how that works. And one of the big fascinations regarding cultures and their languages. Like how many English speakers will introduce someone as my friend, while many Romance languages will simply say a friend. In a weird way, it's hardwired to possessive adjectives. Similarly, Japanese is programmed with a lot of automatic apologies for politeness. Yes. English could use a little more politeness built in. I can get behind that. There's so many Scourge. You've seen a security room that went up to like 20? Security rooms usually have so many monitors. You do not think it's the best way to simply forbid kids from using the internet? I tend to agree. The problem is less that people are straight forbidding or granting access to the internet, but granting unsupervised access. And that creates issues. Craziest you've seen for legitimate use case was the NID Director, with 6 monitors and 6 stream decks. Yeah, those guys are intense. You've noticed Spanish speakers refer to body parts as the head or the feet rather than my head or my feet. Yes. Your guy leaving screwed up your team? Yes. That happens from time to time. Let's do commanders. Or Brawl time. Nailed it. Same here with English, although as a Californian, it would probably be a good idea to learn some Spanish. Probably. Zergex today? Not yet. 7 monitors, still not enough for gaming. Never enough. No coming back from 5 Vega investments against the Zagan features. That was literally the only reason we were able to win that. Because our teammate just quit. Alright, we've got Bountiful and Synergy on the board. Don't quite understand how in this game you spent all your income on Explodey Boys but no Frontline. I had Frontline. I had a couple flavors of Frontline, actually. I simply invested more into Explodey Boys than Frontline. More importantly, my Frontline, realistically, the difference there is that my front line would never be strong enough to hold the line against the opponents. So I wasn't trying to form a battle line at all. My entire purpose in life was to do as much damage as I could while dying, because death was unavoidable. There was no holding the line, there was no surviving. It was only a matter of how much damage could I do before getting knocked out. So that's why I was focusing so much on Explodey Boys and nothing else, because there really wasn't anything else I could do other than enough damage to ruin it, to soften up the opponents for the next wave. Okay. Maybe then parents just need to take care of their kids, study them how to use the internet correctly. Like just playing some video games or something like that. Yep, that is, I tend to agree. You can't even trust my own mother unattended on the internet these days. She saw something about DIY heating tricks, and you're terrified she'll burn the house down. Yeah. I know that life. There was no way for Explodey Boys to explode twice in a fight because nowhere to hold. Essentially, yes, for most intents and purposes, that is correct. I was working off the assumption that they would only ever trigger once, and that was true. I had to go igniters because teammates not making Zealot. Yeah, I'm thinking of that. I'm also thinking of just getting this because I suspect I can get away with getting the gas here. Because really the big threat is the Zerglings, which should get melted by the base. They're not getting melted by the base. Alright, let's get a couple of igniters then. Fortunately, kids these days will have a lot more people who know what the internet is, so they don't fall into so many pitfalls. That is one saving grace. Unfortunately, it isn't the only problem. A lot of people look at the internet and say, oh, it's a source of danger, it's a source of access to things that people shouldn't have access to. And that's true. But that isn't the thing I'm most concerned about right now. Not because it isn't a concern, but because it is a lot easier to mitigate that concern, specifically, than the psychological rewiring that the internet and, well, any content engine tends to perform. And to be clear, video games fall into this as well, especially newer video games. Things like Roblox is a crazy example of it, Fortnite, that kind of stuff. Here is an example of an actual real-world application of this. One of my younger brothers, I'd noticed these tendencies in him, you know, short-temperedness, very Gen Z style effects. So I said, hey, you're suffering a bit from this content creation internet isms. So I would like to challenge you to meditate with me for 30 minutes. Basically, we're just going to sit in a room, say nothing, listen to nothing, do nothing, think nothing, and sit still the entire time. 30 minutes. Nothing crazy, nothing gratuitous, nothing that would be outside the normal and expected situation of, say, going to a doctor's office. He could not do it, and it wasn't close. It was bad. It was so bad. It was just within... He was so restless within seconds of sitting down that it was actually kind of funny. Or at least it would have been funny if it wasn't so sad. But that right there is exactly the problem with the internet generally. Because it enforces that kind of behavior pattern. Functionally a physical incapability of being patient. And that's an issue. That's a real issue. And it's not an issue that is as simple as censoring the internet, because it isn't the bad things. It isn't the malicious thieves and the scammers that are the issue. It's literally the content itself and the pacing at which it's given. I think what I need here is hosts. The teammates, especially Tychus, are pretty decent on the DPS phase. But we need splash damage, and I will handle frontline. I have 2x life and blood and time aura, so should be able to handle this. You couldn't do it? That's why you're here? I'm willing to bet an overwhelming majority of people under 20 years old would be unable to do that. Simply sit down, wait 30 minutes without fidgeting themselves into some manner of anxiety. Your main problem is getting started into something. Once you start something, you're usually fine, but it's getting started. Probably the whole ADHD thing. Probably related. Got some host stacking here, but I don't think it's enough, man. It's definitely not enough. Which means I need more. These science vessels. There's not that many of them. I don't think there's coming back here for this one, guys. It's too much Rainer, too much just chunk on the battlefield. We need more Kev. We need so much more Kev. We need so much more Storm. Yeah, that's over. Right, left side. Well, typically, so LOL and LMAO are not the laugh sounds. They are acronyms for describing laughs. Yes, player. That is accurate. It's typically the HE or HA are the typical laugh sounds in English. Your favorite. Yes. Think you have to go creepers even with those ores? Yeah, I would think. You see, that's a perfect one there, player. Although that one specifically is the evil laugh. But yes, that counts as laugh. Next time, go old school. Surround him with wolves and tell them they won't eat him if he could sit still enough and be quiet. You see, the problem with that is we had wolves or wolf hybrids in our childhood. So, like, I see wolf, I don't think fearful thing. I think it's a puppy that needs to be pet and fed bones and fish corpses and lobsters and whatever else we can find as we go hunting and scaring off the bears again. We are one with the pack. You're doing the thing. Wolf is a friend shape, and so it needs friend things, yes. Have you ever offered a voiceover job? There have been very few instances when I have been offered voiceover jobs. There have been a couple times where I say, just someone for a student project or something else. But nothing that would be a real job, as it were. I'm open to such things. I haven't really put myself out there in search for it. I probably should. I think I would enjoy that. Would you narrate a Python manual? Yes. For the longest time, didn't make the connection that Spanish speakers would type J-A-J-A instead of H-A-H-A because their J sound is like our H. It took way too long to make that connection in my brain. Yes. Alright, we're just gonna overrun them, I think. It's taking them way too long to get things done here, so what I'm gonna do is, we don't have nearly enough DPS on this board. So we need to do some DPS. My dream is having your voice on an MC on my dream video game. Well, if you would like my voice for things, do reach out. I am open to doing voiceover type things. Of course, that would require someone to create the video game, as I am not currently in the market for coding video games. At least not at the moment. Did some readings of Wearing Power Armor to a Magic School a while back, and that was good. I tend to agree. I think that was very good. I liked that. We have no DPS on this team, and it's not close. He's got the good upgrades here. These are some endlessly blinking stalkers. So strange English people know so little about Telegram. It's a comfortable app for anything platform. Yeah, Telegram is nice. I like it. Most people, I will say this, the reason why most people, at least English speakers, Americans especially, don't know nor care about Telegram is because you don't need to. Like, there's no... it's just no reason for me to spend time dealing with another app when I could just not. Like, Telegram is fine. It's good quality. It just serves a purpose that is unnecessary for my life, generally. There's just not much market for it around these parts. Why make a box? In part because it's shapely. There's a couple reasons to do these things. For the front row, I want to have a solid row so that anything behind it doesn't get aggro. It means that I can put anything anywhere on my on my grid, and there will be a chaffling in front of it. Something that I can have protected. And then I want trickles. At the moment I have them on the side, but it realistically can go anywhere on any line as long as it's a vertical line. And the reason for this is because the chaff units die instantly. As long as I have something right behind it constantly flowing in, then there will always be chaff in front of my main damage dealers. And then the same kind of deal behind is it's a delayed chaff wave. So the enemy has to deal with constant chaff through the entire conflict, as opposed to just being able to attack my tanks or anything else for that matter. You do squares to avoid route numbers. You know what? I like that answer. Tragic, tragic indeed. Can I call you a mister? That sounds so right for you. You can call me whatever you want. It's always nice if chaff can eat a disruptor shot instead of a valuable unit. Yes. Endless chaff. Gotta love when the main front line leaves. Yeah, I know. How do you pronounce your name? Oh, Lord have mercy. The word is Incursus, if you're saying it with an American accent. If you're going with, I would presume, more Greek Latin pronunciation, it would be something along the lines of Incursus. I still find it funny how, like, I understand player isn't a native English speaker, but I always find it funny how so many Americans or English speakers generally don't know how to read my gamer tag here. It's literally like English, Latin. Well, what more do you want? English is 3 goblins in a trench coat. Yes. If they can't read it correctly, assume they can't read it all. It's not a bad assumption. Flew too close to the sun, picking out my name. Yes. unironically, the amount of times I get Icarus or Incubus is a lot. It's so many times. You would not believe how many people think you have an L in your name? Yes. Incubus, sure that wasn't intentional. Yes. Yes, it has happened too many times for it to be an accident. Way too many times for it to be an accident. Incubus is sus. A little bit. Incursus suspicious. Now you see that I get a lot, which is understandable. That one's intentional. Alright, range, move speed, life, range, move speed. Armor, damage. I guess damage. I'm not gonna like it. Do more range and move speed. Life. There we go. There we go. It's kind of crazy that so many Americans are not learning English with phonics. Leads to a lot of misspellings and mispronouncing. Say communication skills generally. You remember this nickname faster than my original nickname. Oh no. This is how it begins. Not again. Those Hellbats hilarious? They are hilarious. I like getting like 3x range on Hellbats just because it's funny. Same kind of thing with Firebats, but it's funnier on Hellbats than it is on Firebats. Just casting fire over large swaths of area. And against any melee creatures like all of Stukov, it's just an existential threat of collateral damage. Let's go to the third gas. To be fair, learning English phonics would be easier if the sounds were consistent between words. Yes. It's one of the reasons why I like other languages. Spanish, German. Much easier languages to learn in terms of pronunciation and spelling. Theoretically, Swan Hellbats could have like 7 range here, but then you're playing Swan. Yes. We are just like all frontline here, and it's working. Stalkers are not midline. They pretend to be midline. They are frontline. Just the I love to see it when the infested bunker pops and the Marines come out, and it's just they're all within range of all the Hellbats, and they instantly melt. Oh look, splashable damage. Look at it, just melts and splash damage. Alright, let's do two things. Let's get a couple of these on the board, especially around the edges here. And let's get level 2 attack first so we can actually one-shot these tiny things. There, now we'll get this guy going. Tank stack that may accumulate, kinda scary. Yes. I still have 50, but I think I was seeing most of the infantry going down in a single hit, which is what I want to see. This will be a problem. Perhaps an assault galleon. Alright, let's check how this works. 35. Yeah, that looks like they're getting one shot now, which is what I want, and that will likely remain the case until the gets bonus armor. It looks like he already has enough armor to theoretically render my attacks moot. At least survive the first shot. Oh yeah, they are surviving the first shot, but there's enough damage on the board that it's collateral-ing them when multiple rounds go through. So I do think I want to hit... I think I do want to hit level 3 sooner than later. You never understand why do all English people want to learn only Spanish and know only Spanish like their second language. It's because, at least in the United States, Spanish is the second most common language. A majority of the South America and Caribbean languages are either Spanish or Spanish adjacent. It is Spanish to the South Americas and Caribbean is to the South American and Caribbeans effectively the same as English is to North America and the Americans, you know, in the United States. So if you're in the United States and you want to learn a second language, it's going to be Spanish, because it's the only other language you will encounter out in the world. Don't forget about us French-speaking Canadians. We try to. The only other major language nearest is French, and only in a specific region of Canada. Yes. And nobody likes them. But yes, that is why Spanish is the second language, because Americans just, I mean, there's no other language we encounter except for Spanish, and it comes from several Caribbean locations, Mexico, several South American regions. Even if it's a place like Venezuela, well, they know Venezuelan and Spanish, so I'm not going to learn Venezuelan, but I'll happily learn Spanish. The second biggest problem in Canada after the French-speaking Canadians is that we let them exist. Oh, it's more brutal than I am. I shouldn't have scanned. That was a mistake.
Research complete.
If you have a choice, not like Finnish, you want to learn third language, it's Spanish. Spanish sounds cool and good. Yeah, Spanish, I like Spanish. I think it's better than English, honestly. There are pockets in the United States where it's not Spanish, but have French in the Northeast, around New Orleans, German in parts of the Midwest, Japanese in the Pacific Northwest, but Spanish is a useful second language and spreads from New York to Florida to Texas and most of California. Yes. Yes, that is true. There have been places I've encountered, especially in much of my professional career over the years. I did actually encounter French and Russian and German more than I encountered Spanish. But that is in particularly niche areas that simply isn't true, simply doesn't hold true for the general United States. There are areas in the southern U.S. that have French influence, like Louisiana. There are a lot of little pockets. I've found pockets of Polish as well, which is a fun one. You find German city in Texas very funny. Yes. There's one bad in English. Why do not have so much words like little cute things? Cannot just said something like fool. It's do not little cute sounds like little friendly mocking. You know, you do raise a good point. It does make it easy for things like Shakespearean backhanded insults. There are no diminutive suffixes. This is true. The derogatory suffixes, I guess, would be a better. Spanish was a fun language to learn. You got the added bonus of being able to make yourself understand and to understand Italian speakers, since both languages stem from Latin. Yes. English also has sarcasm, which doesn't work great with tonal languages. True. I think I'm just gonna fight them in the air, knowing that I'm fighting against a Rainer, which causes problems. If you need air splash, we do, and that is unfortunately something that simply doesn't exist within our lineup. Like, literally no one on the team has access to air splash. So I think what I do is I sell these, as painful as this may be to do, and I just double down on air. I think Widow Mines, I doubt it. It's not impossible, but I doubt it. Read any comic book in English. They're chock full of onomatopoeia. Yes. Which is a word that simply doesn't work when speaking to most humans. That's a good game. Mega so might win. Maybe. I do have a lot of range. A little bit of regen, a little bit of armor. I don't think so, because at the end of the day, he still has splash, and I don't. Ah, fart in your general direction. Yes. Maybe it's just a language barrier or something like that. Yes, I would think that there's something in English that doesn't translate very well, and because it's not a direct translation. English has a lot of contextual references, some of which can be denoted by accenting or the emphasis on specific words. So a sentence or a set of words in English may simply not mean or be intended to convey the literal message of those words. This is often the case with insults. It is rare that you get insults that are direct translations. If you wish to call someone a fool, it is rarely that you use the word fool, and instead some sarcastic quip or merely a light-hearted word said with enough venom to land the insult. And zero Corsairs. It's got like a couple. It's like 4 or 5, which I don't think is a big issue. Like Corsairs at this point exist to simply tank hits from the Vikings. Nothing else. Do I know anything of German words? Can you please speak them up? I can speak German words. I'm not good at it. I know you guys in chat like to send me the long German words to try to pronounce. And we have people like Benson Price for Gleiche, who shows up and just exists. I think there is no world here in which we carry on with this. How is this thing still alive? That's not worth it. Don't forget that. Okay, now that's a bit much. That is just hard to parse. Kugelschreiber. It's one of your favorite things, though it's not that exciting. Understandable. What do you find hilarious is people trying to pronounce French words with the English accent. Oh, I'm sure you do. Turns out it was an actual thing. I have seen that word a few times. Y'all have thrown it at me a couple times before. I don't... It's well beyond my ability to parse. I have to like sound it out word for word, or I guess syllable for syllable. This is bad. This is very bad. It sounds so cool. He speaks so clear with the first try. I've had some experience with German. I've heard it in person. It is the beef labeling monitoring task transfer law. Yes. Your favorite German word was taught to me by 2 German sailors you met up with when visiting Kiel. Schon made... what is it? Schönes Mädchen? It means pretty maiden, but is not commonly used. You say that... okay, now... given the context there, I'm not convinced that's what that word means. At least in terms of the, implications. It's literally just pretty girl. Yeah. That much I can understand. I know what the individual words mean, but when you put them together like that, and spoken by a sailor, I'm not convinced. It's not a very convincing argument that that's what the words mean when you put them together. I think I might just be biased in my time of learning Spanish when that kind of thing would result in a very hard insult. There's a few Spanish slang which works like that, but ends up simply meaning someone who is a worker in the beauty industry, as it were. You were a sailor yourself, and they were from the minesweeping school. They're good guys. I believe it. The slideshow begins? Yes. Are you not dead in game? I haven't the foggiest idea. I was fully expecting to be eliminated by now. The frames, they hit at 0. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't invest in building a real one of those. It would not work. Energizer spam. Our teammate already had a fair few of them on the board. I don't think that's a solution to the problem. They keep taking the infested diamondbacks. When kills in the Widow Mines, unlikely to be many. You have 1, 0, 2, 6. 6 is 13. Alright, more than I expected. 16, more than I expected, but it's actually pretty good. You think he went to energy to spam? He has a few. I don't know if spam is the right word. Yeah, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's got 6 of them. He seems to be 6. I don't know why I bother looking at the battlefield. It doesn't. There's no useful information to be gleaned there. Darkons might be good. Some Darkons might actually be good. Causing the Vikings to A-ray themselves. It would certainly help, yes. But yeah, we're seeing enemy liberators get turned and sent back against us. Or sent back toward the enemy. Between the Hyperion and the named battle cruisers. Oh, is that it? 50%? 25? Sure, that's it, right? Yeah. Ta-da! Holy smokes, that did a lot of damage. Tanked a lot of damage. Into it. Battle cruiser operational. Yes. Good old single core StarCraft 2. The slideshow. Yes. The irony of Direct Strike. The battles get really big and cool as your frame rate dies. Yes. Let's see what we get this time. You think the game engine may need an update? I think it's a few years out of date. You know what I hate about that statement? It is both correct and, compared to all the other RTS-based game engines, it is still the most advanced and modern and capable on the board in a functionally and regularly playable game. Maybe just need more RAM or graphics engine, or is it a game problem? It is a game problem. Making a deterministic engine multi-core sounds like a totally not impossibly hard task. Correct.
Complete. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Okay. The game was originally designed to run on a 3 GHz Pentium. I'd hope it runs okay on modern hardware. You know, the thing that hurts so much about that, many modern hardware don't have 3 GHz. Same problem with Crysis? I don't remember what Crysis problems were. I mean, I know it was an optimization issue, but I don't remember specifically what the issue was. I basically have graduating range on this thing without the graduation. It also means I could probably get away with a healthy chunk of LMGs. Who else have we got? Our front line could use some medics. This man is eating my tanks. I have 8 range LMG troopers. It's beautiful. Look at that. They just follow. That Pentium hit an IPC 2. This is relevant, yes. I don't actually know what the numbers on it are. +7 armor stat. Oof. Marine Zeus's, yeah. Yeah. Hey, these do 12 damage a shot. They're not regular Marines. Tank is 80% CD plus Dux for 100% CD. They spam their abilities like crazy. Yes. That one's a fun one.
Research complete.
This thing has a 10 move speed. These Marines have 10 move speed. Just a Hawk I have in terms of armor. He doesn't have bonus armor. I think the Marines are going to be useful if only for that reason. Oh, wait a minute. These also get the range. These are 15 range rocket launchers right now. Oh, like the anti-air missiles.
Research complete.
Six blood sound stuff. The thing about blood is that it is constant healing, not percentage healing. So it really isn't that bad to deal with. At all. Sky Fury does not die. Love to see it. Alrighty. Sleep well there, player. I'm glad you enjoy. Rest well. Range torpedoes. The cooldown on those creepers is a bit much. I feel the need to say. I suspect Yutas wouldn't save the Tempests. Is that true? Is it barely any? He's got +2 attack. And yeah, you're right. He's got +2 attack and at least 1 energy regen. Okay. No, he's got +2 attack and at least 1 cooldown regen. At least 1 cooldown. Which is still not much. Basically that. Would probably prioritize Bruta, because Tempests aren't particularly high threat, and Bruta's aim up. Then again, they do tend to prioritize. He already has the air attack, so you could probably bait with Brutalisk just fine. I have so many tank stacks here, guys. We're up to 8 tanks on the field right now, just from stacking. Like, the concept of them having floor units just isn't a thing. You know, except for Zerglings. Those, tanks struggle against those. Try Rocket Trooper spam? Rocket Troopers aren't particularly DPS-y. The basic LMG troopers are the DPS of the crew. Some of you have shields. What did you do? Oh, you activated shields. Huh. The LMG troopers are actually starting to shoot down the creepers. That's interesting. Like, they're successfully just shooting down the creepers. 3 range troopers also fun. Yeah, at 3 range, they're able to actually sit back and shoot things instead of just dying. And they do damage, real damage. So they're just kind of shooting things and successfully. Which is neat. Don't see that every day. Sure, they don't have bonus damage, but it just kind of works. Like, their relatively feeble damage compared to their potential is more than what they would usually get. These tanks are so fast. They just instantly filter into the battle lines. That and plus the 3 range flame troopers are funny. That they are. Hello there, Stormwind. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Sounded a lot of dying troopers. More tank. 220 kills on that tank. Holy smokes. These tanks with range are doing the Lord's work. Blessed by the Emperor himself. Would have Muta might be good here just to interview their AA. I'm not convinced. At 100 minerals in Muta, I'm not convinced. it is something that was mentioned earlier and something I have considered, and I have not been convinced it is worth doing. But it is something that can be done. Could I be just making ultras? I think I'd be better off making ultras. Warhounds, I don't think Warhounds would be the call.
Warhounds are okay versus the Stalkers.
Long range artillery kill stalkers. They might be okay to kill stalkers. I'm reasonably certain that the range does not affect their spellcasting range, and therefore they're just a single weapon attack, which is fine. There's also the problem of detection, which honestly, the observers in the rear are genuinely helping a lot. Like, that's made a huge difference here. But I'm still not convinced that we'll be able to clear the stalkers by virtue of sniping at them. I think we have to push into them and cleanse them out. He hasn't hit level 10 yet. Gets nuked all the same. Honestly, the LMG troopers are doing a lot of work here. I think I may just end up getting more LMG troopers. Whoa! The Corsair, though. The Corsair hit the LMG troopers and they all instantly died. Because, you know, lost the range advantage. Gotta get another siege tank and then more LMG troopers. Yeah, at this point, their Dahaka has to focus on killing the LMG troopers. Otherwise, it's a problem. Which just means I get more LMG troopers. Their Dahaka's almost level 10. Which means that we'll start getting Sky Fury involved with him. You fool! You destroyed 100 of my guys. But did you expect me to have another 100 men? Manx versus Dahaka strategy. Yes. That sums it up about right. I actually have enough I need to get yet another tank. I'm already summoning 5 tanks a wave. Yeah, they've been doing that. I don't have a solution to that. He doesn't have life regen on the stalkers, which is the saving grace. If you had life regen on the stalkers, you'd be in real trouble. Maybe I do get some boarhounds off on the fringes here. I have so much XP. Too much XP. Does the Hawkeye ever stop growing? Yes. When he reaches like level 16, which is so long into the game. I don't know what the solution would be. Yes, the lurkers are a big problem. Like, the siege tanks are doing good work against them, it's just, I don't have enough siege tanks. Board full of Tyrannosaurs. Sounds like a good board to me. I think that's what the Dahak is going for. He's just getting pretty close to reaching it. Which is a little scary. You're stacking. I mean, we've been stacking since the start of the game. I mean, I've been dumping. I'm almost up to 2 rows of tanks here. I mean, Meg's tanks will eventually win here. That's what I'm thinking. That's why I'm still getting tanks. Alright, we are actually getting onto the creepers here. The hosts. Even if just barely. Time for another tank. Okay, Lord. Fear not the one who can shoot 1,000 times, but the one who can blink 1,000 times. Yes. I'm sorry, just seeing this Sky Fury sitting out at, 9 to 12 range, just sniping at things is hilarious to me. Also, this Devourer getting mind controlled is just eating our Tempest, which is painful. We are pushing the Stalker back. God, those Stalkers have been they're the reason the enemy team is still in this game. I feel like my whole purpose in life. This tank has almost 500 kills. The Immortal. It's just pushing. It did a good job. Alright, I think we got it. Locked on the base. Yeah, that's instantly melted. The kills Alien Dream Troopers? Yeah, we can check out the kills Alien Dream Troopers. 17 kills, 12 kills, 14, 13. One's back here of 2, 3, 8, 5. But they got decent work done. The Sky Fury's at 75, 57, 48, 36, 50. The tanks, however, 461, 322, 387. The tanks did so much work. The damage dealt tells a story here. Obviously, I didn't take much damage. I was the DPS of the team. But the damage dealt tells a story. Mineral value killed. Oh my god. Yeah. That's a lot of damage. Thanks, tank turned another level. I mean, it really helped that we had +3 range. It really helped that it had +3 range. How do you have 50k more mineral lost? I don't know how that works. Wonder if it had something to do with the way that the shell works. What I want to do. That. Oh, my units are timing out. I don't know if it counts as mineral lost if they time out. Because a huge percent of my units were timing out. Enter the category. That, that makes sense. Expired unit value, I had 81k, I have a 40k, and me 8, or Crag 8k. Yep. That tracks. Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Let's see what we got. I want to go for a similar strat here, which I'm not getting. Yes.
Upgrade complete.
Carex, Rainer, Tychus. Honestly, I think most of it came down to
Upgrade complete.
the range just kind of cheesing out their stuff. Shadow is vile as Mex. Yeah, it's good. It's real good. +6 attack. Ah, where's the Russian march where you need it? It's got roof speed, ranged. Okay. 45 attack speed. Yeah. What can you do?
Research complete. Research complete.
I don't know what I expected. Oh, he's got +3 range on those? That's gonna be a problem. Manx is such a good defender. These Marines are just casually dealing double damage. Their Carex has a lot of attack speed and also damage. Their Carex has 3x. Their Carex has 3x attack and damage and 1 attack speed. Unfortunate. Just kills it. 13 range. 10 range. Okay, so that's good.
Research complete.
I'm going to get this on the board, followed by these. Things and stuff. This is likely to be a round where I need to get black hammers on board. The LMGs back here don't have that much DPS with which to work, or that much range with which to work. I think I want another Sky Fury before other options. We're kind of flattening their waves now. I will say, that is a lot of attack speed bonuses. It's kind of funny watching the Impaler do Impaler things with that much attack speed. Taking the bunker. And they're always fun, I know, right? God, Crag Marines just pushing. Sky Furies are tanking, which is what I want to see. Which means I can do things like this. Get some of these on the board. These will have enough range to stay in combat for a meaningful amount of time. Yeah, so the Rainer Vikings are doing very little now. The enemy Rainer Vikings. They're getting distracted on my units while teammate Vikings slaughter them all. Oh, do they survive this? Oh. Well, that was close. It's down to 40 HP. Punch it. Good job. Death by lizard fist. Yay. Let's do it again. +6 attack on on flying Vikings with 2 missiles and AoE is dumb. It is quite the strong, yes. Hmm. Life. Move speed. That is a fire bat and go life. I don't feel a particular desire to go aircraft in this scenario. So I think what I'll do is go fire bat. Does cooldown affect galleon production? Nope. Galleons do not have an ability, they have a build time, which is different. Alright, Crag, what do you got? Armor, weapon speed. That's a whole lot of not dying. Let's see, some blood, some armor, some attack speed. 1x armor. I think that's 2x attack speed. And then a little bit of life regen. My job is keeping the lings off the enemies, or off the teammates. And also being frontline, for now. And then I'll build a lot of Widow Mines, like all of the Widow Mines. I mean, given their current unit composition, I'd favor tanks. But Liberators are always a decent idea. But we are going to need anti-air. Real anti-air. Because they're getting banshees now. What's the attack speed on this thing? Normal. It's got extra range. I think that's just it. getting one Wraith here. Though I suspect the Wraith will not be necessary. Should help with the whole them having aircraft things. Hello there, Zach here. Welcome in. Am I just gonna... There's still no Stepman or Gary on board. Am I just gonna... Widow Mine? I think I might just Widow Mine here. What's he gonna do about it? How's it going? It's going very well. We've had a nice day, enjoying some Brawl. It's a good Brawl. I'm happy with it. Okay, so I'm reasonably certain that cooldown speed also doesn't affect mines. I think that the mines are also coded with a construction production time rather than a ability cast time. Yeah, that's not plus 40% CD speed. Or is it like 37% or whatever it is? The melee units are just on the base, eating the base. Do it. Finish it now. Good job. Gas, gas, gas. I'm gonna put on the gas. Yes. I did very little damage, but I tanked a lot of damage. That's nice. Let us go. Off to another round. Games are a good choice? Yes, they're a very good choice. I approve. Let's see what we get this time. Madness. It's all madness. Alright, there's blood. And... yeah, team tank. The team isn't on the team. Oh no. People actually underestimate their anti-air capacity. They really do. I mean, obviously they still fall flat against the face of real anti-air, but a lot of people do strongly underestimate the capabilities of liberators. The perfect stalker setup, like actually though. Like, even if this was a 6 aura brawl, this is what I would want. Like the Banshee. Let us go. Just time for the backing up stalkers, yes. We will create the infinite stalker. One blood and 3x CD. Blink, blink. Then they just regenerate to full while the CD comes out for them. Stun is the only thing that really gets them locked in, but there's not a whole lot of that around, you know? It is time to create the infinite stalker. God. Click off buttons. Get 1-1-1. We have no detection on the board. No, they killed the stalker. That's illegal. What do you have? You have a lot of regen and armor. What do you have? I don't know what you have. Damage plus armor. But no attack speed, so it's armor and life. Damage, armor and life, and oh, more regen. They have a lot of regen on their team. Like a lot of regen on their team. Oh, you'll love to see it. Do the cooldown overs affect Zagara? Yes. This man's tier 3. Is he going tier 3 to try to get Wrathwalkers to slap my stalkers? I don't know if that's gonna work. I don't... Wrathwalkers do actually hit for 100 and... I don't think they get 160, do they? It's close. $130. I don't remember. I suspect we're going to find out here in a moment. We have nice things. Let me click. Do you have plus range on your stuff? Is that what's going on here? Or is it in the Fog of War? He does have plus range. You got plus 2 range. 100 plus 10 per level. That tracks. Hey there, Basilica. How you doing? Yeah, it's 100, and then I'm sure it's plus 10 per level. So, no, they won't be one-shot in the Stalkers. So the infinite Stalker will proceed to be infinite for the foreseeable future. Like, they don't have enough DPS on their board to break us. We can just kind of push. Even with the planetary sitting here, it's not enough. They can't hurt Archblade. They can't kill our units. That's just how that works. We had units timing out while sitting on their planetary. Oh, yeah, I hate to see it. You love to see it. Good job. Good job, team. Brutal, very. GG, GG. I'm in danger. You love seeing this, though. I love seeing it, too. 2v2 with the pub on both teams. Yes. Alright. Let's see what we get this time. Yeah, that armor is gonna be rough, isn't it? Let's put this on the board. Go up one level. Just to have something. When's the next Forts Pro League? I do not. I believe it has not yet been announced, so I cannot tell you. But if you're in the Discord, such announcements are made when they become available. He also has regen, so that's 3 armor picks and then regen, which is a lot to deal with, and this is certainly a CD. Okay, then I need to start doing this because Rainer can. He is right. A few of these would be decent to start. Mirages. Oh no. I think we just die here. I think that's just how that works. We don't have enough on the board. Think it might be GG. I think it might be GG. Maybe some of these can help against the mirages. Maybe. I think it's not going to matter. 10 armor on those, man. Yeah. Almost certainly need more. I think I just have to go with more bunkers right now because those mirages are ruining us, and that's not going to change for a while. Well, I mean, we were we were fighting underneath the planetary, so that makes a big difference. Armor, dude. Why are you like this? I'm trying to pull shadow auras, but no dice. I don't know if I believe you. I think you wanted 11 armor. Attack's better late game. We don't have nearly enough anti-mirage. Like, we need our Raynor to be carrying basically everything. We need him building the nastiest stack of Vikings. We need him with a Marauder midline, and the tanks are keeping us alive, but I should probably be the one to do tanks because I can do tanks and I can't do the Vikings. Diamondback maybe good. I don't think Diamondbacks are going to be an answer here. I don't think they're going to be an answer here at all. Libs. Problem with libs, not saying I shouldn't get them. Problem with libs is that I need more than one. This is a lot of mirages. I'm going to need several liberators. Wasn't the answer either because Ravagers? Yeah, correct. Like, I don't know what the answer would be other than Raynor going Vikings and me going tanks. And, like, maybe eventually Apocalypse. I don't know what the Phoenix is gonna do. Just build things and hope it helps, I guess. These BCs, I am partial to the BC answer. My concern with BCs is that they aren't going to be enough. Isn't dogs do good bio? Yes. When you refer to bio, we typically mean infantry, not literal biological attack. That's a lot of tanks on the board, by the way. Actually kind of convenient for me. This Mirage is keeping the tanks locked in base. Now they can commit siege tank, but even more. You do not have nearly enough anti-air. Like it's bad. It's really bad. We need air splash. You may not have time for mass Vikings. You are correct. You may, in fact, not have time for mass Vikings. So yeah, a lot of stuff on the flanks here. Just a lot of stuff generally. Scouts, I do not like scouts here from Phoenix player. I do not foresee them doing much at all. Do I have to do this preemptively? I don't think so. I'm gonna wait until it's getting touched and then heal up. Maybe I needed to do it preemptively. No, we're good. It's close though. Stack, however, is shattered. It's unfortunate. Thought Stuka was the ultimate air basher. No. You can deal with a lot of air, but it's not cost efficient. It's more like incidental. And so for when the enemies weren't giving advice, yes. Well, no, but in this case it is. I don't see a way of pushing through this without getting the Alexander on the board, and there is zero chance of us doing that. So I think we just die here, and that's how that works. I will say these infested marines are working way better than I expected. Had middle for a long time. They have had middle for a long time, yes. damage. And it's another, yeah. Did a lot of damage. Not enough. Tried so hard, got so far. In the end, it didn't even matter. Let's do it again. Does a CD work on Mirage's phasing armor? Yes, yes it does. Which makes it a problem. Valhalla came in too late, way too late. Like the opening with the Banshees is fine, but we needed a couple Marauders in front and then just straight battle cruisers. Battle cruisers with eventually Vikings behind. Two X CD with attack speed plus 2 attack and 1 range. Yeah, it was pretty good. Alright, let's see what we got. So if I'm doing this, then this doesn't help me. This does, this does. I would prefer this. This helps. This is overkill. I think I prefer this to this. Things are about to get interesting. Very interesting. This is gonna suck. This round. This is gonna hurt so much. I think because of the way Dahaka works, I do this to start. Man's got a lot of armor. Man's got a lot of armor. Yeah, it's +7 from auras. A lot of attack speed on those vultures. Kind of a little bit of everything on their Tychus. Does a CD work on Vulture Spider Mine? I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't. It does? Interesting. Okay. The game has always been very inconsistent on what is and isn't an ability when it comes to charges. Should I say charge-like systems? It's not building a new spider mine. It's using an ability which instantly grants one spider mine to the inventory of the vulture.
Full attack, all weapons. Cauterize the
Tyrannosaur, fascinating. We're in danger. Yoink. Nakara, why are you so thick? Tyrannosaurus doing this? Yes, yes it is. It's doing us real good. And they just keep getting more anti-air.
chart. Commencing bombardment. Weapons.
Those mutas are shredding me. And also the Vikings. The Vikings are definitely shredding me more than the moves. Can I get... Thank you. Okay. Did it die already? Yes, yes it did. Oh. Understandable. That's so much damage. Now, we dead here? It's close. Maybe. Yeah, we're dead here. It's locked up. Battle cruises were a mistake. Maybe if I had gone Mass Marauder. Maybe if I had gone just straight Viking. I feel like Mass Viking also would have been a mistake because we didn't have nearly enough front line to defend them. That one felt like I don't think that there was an option I could do. It wouldn't have resulted in death. Let us go. All right. I guess we're getting this. I guess we're getting, you know, what we have Rainer. These are not great options here. Really not great options here. Okay. This is gonna be a rough one. Marauder is best thought of as tiny immortals. I don't know if I would think of them as tiny immortals, but that isn't inaccurate. Let's make sure attack speeds. Let's give him something to think about. Some front line on the board. And she's doing work. Good job, team. That was a lot of damage all at once. Phoenix coming in clutch. No, Nova, you may not have the siege tank. It's not your turn to play with that toy. Lack of anti-air is going to be a problem. Wondering if I should get a thing. Should probably get a thing for it. Dedicated thing. For anti-air. Does means higher tier? Nope. Yeah. They're still tier 2. The Ravens just kill it. Okay. I see how it is. Raven just kills the Liberator outright and directly. I'll do that. Tempests on the board, which is another and separate problem. Rip Banana Bean will be missed. Hey, he survived. Welcome back. You were missed. Very briefly, but you were missed. They're triple tap ghosts. If this gets touched again, I won't be able to save it. I think that was a waste. Mushroom Hightail on release. Which one's Hightail? Let me check on it. I remember looking at it earlier and forgetting what it was, which says something about it. Hightail. I doubt it. I doubt it. It will likely go on the list. The new Minecraft. Yeah. That's what I remember seeing about it. I was like, this is Minecraft, but again. So I doubt I'll play it on release, but it will be on the list of things that I will inspect because, I mean, Minecraft, but again, is some degree of interesting. The spine crawler's running ahead. Need to do something about these, yeah, it's okay. All Microsoft needed to do was proper mod support. Yeah. That didn't happen. I haven't looked much into Hightail. I haven't looked at the company behind it really to see who's in there to say whether or not I would expect there to be hype or some similar. I'm just gonna wait and see. I'm content to wait and see. Just imagine Feed the Beast style mod packs, but like proper multi-core. Yeah, I can imagine. I can absolutely imagine. Microsoft needed to do is support. Hey, they support it. They're just not very good at it. Hydrate was bought by Riot before being cancelled and is now being released by the original dev who started it in the first place. That's hilarious. Raman, the joke is that Microsoft took Bedrock
And tried to develop it. And did develop it.
but then failed on the core features that made Bedrock interesting, and proceeded to fail to provide updates that did not break the game, to a point where people, like, if you go onto the speedrunner channel, just part of the speedrunner channel, into the speedrunner community, part of the main issues that they encounter is that the game acts as if they're suffering from some server-based desync while playing single player, which is just hilarious. And so if you try to do something like use their what is the proper term? Data packs to modify the game or to make it more interesting in the way that even as a shadow of what Java Minecraft has done in the past, then it gets even more broken. So it's an unfortunate scenario, but it is a scenario. Alrighty, have a good night there, Crab. They also tasted the sweet money shot in content stealing. Yes, but meh. I don't credit that with being a meaningful issue on their part. Like, it certainly doesn't help, but I don't think it really hurts them in a real sense. Not in a way that many of their other things have hurt them. Like, many of the core feelings that players got from Java Minecraft just haven't kept up with over the years. Like, it's close. It hasn't gone away, it just, the new stuff hasn't kept up with it. For a lot of it. Which is a problem. This bio launcher has yet to hit anything. I think it hit those banshees this time. No, it did not. Okay, never mind. I see. He's killing off the detectors with the Vikings. That's relevant. It's good hits. Stealth won't be a big option here. Finally, it hits something. It gets like 8 kills in one shot. What's going on? Why is there no... Okay. I feel like we didn't build units, and then we just died. Huh. Alright. What happened? Hello there, Namkuro. Welcome in. Go again. Yeah, we were having this Minecraft discussion the other day, where they were comparing Java with Bedrock, and the friend group had put together a server for the community, and they were testing between Bedrock and Java, and they were just unable to get Bedrock to function nearly as well as Java, which is sad. It's very sad, given that, you know, Java is this old, bloated system, and difficult to update, and underperformant compared to industry standard by any metric. But Bedrock, despite being a ground-up reconstruction, just didn't work, like, for the community server. So it's like... it hurts my soul to see that. Remember, once upon a time, I was so very excited for Bedrock. You know, they're doing a ground-up reconstruction, you know, promising mod support so that we could actually do cool things using infrastructure that doesn't have a breakdown every time you try to spawn something in, but ended up being worse in some pretty critical components, pretty key elements than the Java version. Java doing Java things while Bedrock is just missing the Bedrock foundation. Yeah, that sums it up pretty accurately. Supposedly, game rules such as keep inventory are considered cheats on Bedrock, thus disabling achievements. Yet there are some game-breaking paid add-ons that are effectively cheats that do not disable achievements. Well, I believe it. I don't think that's a big issue. Like, that's not going to stop people from playing the game. And it doesn't make the game less fun. At least not mechanically. You had quite high hopes for Bedrock back then. They were thoroughly destroyed. They were for a lot of people. Like, I could have lived with Bedrock being a notably different game compared to vanilla, or compared to Java, but it wasn't that. It wasn't even that. Discussing CD. Yeah, I didn't want to pick up the fourth one. I think the fourth one's a bit much. Good morning, Graven. Welcome to the world. Welcome back to the world, I should say. That's funny. It gets lifted, so now they can be attacked by the rocket launcher, which does bonus damage to armored. I love that. I love that little interaction. Lifts. The Mirage CD them invulnerability's cooldown comes off so very quickly. And for all this griping against Bedrock, you know what we still don't have? Thaumcraft. Still missing my Thaumcraft. Actually, let me check on that. It's been a minute since I've checked on that server. More teasers, more teasers. Okay, well. CD works on lift, it works on both lift and the invulnerability, yes. Thaumcraft, logistics pipes, buildcraft, PAM's harvestcraft. Yeah. Honestly, logistics pipes was fun, but that was one that kinda did need to go. And it did eventually go. But all of those logistics pipes, buildcraft, harvestcraft all have counterparts that have been updated over the years. At least fundamentally their ideas have been updated over the years. The only one that hasn't been updated consistently is Thaumcraft. Yeah, there's no replacement for Thaumcraft on the board available right now. There's a fan remake of Thaumcraft in the works. Remakes of the Thaumcraft have been in the works for a very long time. Just like perpetually so. And yet, here we are. Just play Greg Tech New Horizons forever. That is an option. Especially because it's Greg Tech New Horizons and therefore can actually just be played forever because that's how progression works. That's how long the progression is. Regular logistics pipes never truly replaced, they were just simplified storage mods. There have been a few remakes of logistics pipes over the years, but yes, it hasn't been replaced in its full glory. Not properly. And I think that's a good thing, because logistics pipes was designed in a manner that fundamentally broke things by virtue of being disgustingly resource intensive. I mean, that was the whole idea behind Applied Energistics, at least to start, a rebuild of logistics pipes, but didn't break things.
I soar to victory. I will.
Why are these surviving? Does he not have... He doesn't have range or duration. Oh, Rip Yellow. That was the Marine guy. That's gonna mess us up a lot. That's gonna mess us up a lot. But my item's flowing through pipes. If I cared about TPS, I'd play Factorio. You know what? Fair enough. The problem is everyone else cares about it. Because, they like to play the game and be, you know, they like to play a functional game. One that works. That thing just killed like 20 Mirages. I feel the need to point that out. That is so many Vikings. You know, there is a world which just walks over here, lands, and breaks the base. It's not this timeline, but there is a timeline when that happened. That's so many Banshees, dude. Worst part is, like, I literally have no units that can shoot up from the ground, so, like, I have to participate by building aircraft. What, combining Ex Nihilo, Ex Astra, and LP is it's a bad idea? Yes. It is fun, though. Energies just have an attack. I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me. This Mirage is just eating these guys alive. Wow. That Black Hammer literally just got 20 kills and counting. Ooh. That's just 97 kills, dude. God, that's devastating. Oh, yeah, look at that taken. It just got 20 plus kills that turn. That's so much air. Oh, I almost landed it perfectly. Except I barely landed it at all. That's just an insane amount of damage. Black Hammers have a standard air attack? Yes, they do. It's the regular Thor attack, which is quite the bad at anti-air. Not expecting these carries to do a whole lot of work. They're doing more work than I expected them to, but still not expecting a lot out of them. They are truly support. Yeah, those black hammers just cleared the skies, and then they'll just get up and clear the floor as well. Oh my god, the Nakaras. The healing Nakaras are just keeping the black hammers alive. That's insane. Oh boy. Oh, this whole wave is gonna melt. Oh, the black hammers are online. Then they're all gone. This thing has 15 kills, 17 kills, 24 kills. Oh. Yeah. The critical mass has been hit. That's, There are no survivors. Oh my god, this man is spawning 3 Hyperions in a wave. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. We need Manx things here. We're gonna need Sky Furies for this. We're about to get walked all the way back to our base again. We did manage it. Did you micro that? Why are you like this? That's gonna help us survive the experience. Because now they can't blink out and save themselves. Backwards rather than forwards. It goes wherever you click. It doesn't... Okay. Where's his actual dude? I don't see the builder. There it is. Oh, yeah, dude. He needs... Oh my god. Hasn't been spending. He's at 5,000 XP. Spinning to ground airman. Yeah, I can see that.
Our dominance is unquestioned.
We're actually going to get to tier 4 at this rate. Hello there, Patrick. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Three Sky Fury online, is it enough? It should be a great start. Definitely get more. Oh boy. Oh, he's getting siege tanks now. It's actually getting real damage. I don't think they're surviving this, yeah. You did it. Well done. Whoever's playing that Rainer? That was Richie. Very well done. Off we go again. It was like the perfect storm for Richie. Richie alone matched the damage of your team? Yes. If that Hyperion is one wave later, we win? Yes. We were not prepared for the Hyperion. We needed these Sky Furies out preemptively, and then more of them. You sold off some Vikings to fund the Hyperion? It was a good call. It won you the game. I was thinking we were probably going to be able to react to it and stop you by the time you got to our base, but apparently not. So, just kind of wiped us out. Let's see if I get stalker options here. I already know. It counts. There's an Alarak on the board. Sadness. Time for the Ministry of Silly Stonks? Yes. Was Black Hammer your MVPs? Yes. Yes, they were. That had to have felt so bad to see those Black Hammers just eat through both the Banshees and the Vikings with so much ease. This is gonna suck. This one won't be as powerful as the last time we did Stalkers, but there's also a Tychus on the enemy team, so I'm hesitant to go Void Rays. Does he have armor? He's got +3 armor, which is painful. Should have taken damage instead of range. But I was hoping to hedge my bets in case I didn't get Stalker goodies. And, would have to get stuck going Mass Void Ray, at which point +1 range is amazing. Then again, so is the damage. So probably should have gone damage anyways. Just go to here's pretty alright. Okay, we're at 1-1-1. The Ascendant is scary. What do we have for splash? Counts. Kind of. Here we go. Please smash. No! Autocast has failed me. I was trying to time it so that they could hit the target, but they didn't hit the target. They hit other things. They just didn't want to hit the target. They wanted to hit something else. You just go 2-2-2. Then we'll go more stock here. I can really feel the difference in the lack of that third. Oh, it's over. Really feel the difference in the lack of that third CD. Wow. That's telling. As fast, very. You try for a Ascendant run next? I mean, if we get Alarak in the random, it's not really easy to do. It's more of a, you have to get super lucky to be in a situation where that's actually a thing. So, well, we will see. Next round's the charm. We'll see. I have concerns. Any concerns? Ascendants are so very expensive. As are supplicants, more importantly. Alright. If we're gonna try to force this, then these things are energy bound rather than cooldown bound. So we will need this. I don't really care about range much. So we'll do this. Another energy. And another energy. Well, that's about as... So cooldowns, I mean, yes, technically. They were like a few seconds. And they get reset whenever they use their ability reset button. So like, meh. They burn through all their energy. Far, far, far faster than anything else. The whole gimmick is that they burn through 200 energy in an immediate double cast, and then they use their spell refresher, and then they burn through another 200 energy immediately. And then they can't do anything for the rest of their lives because they're out of energy. Honestly, we'll be mineral bound because supplicants are like 50% more expensive, which means that we can now only really afford to run one ascendant without starving our minerals. Which means that our Alarak is going to cease to function because he won't have any supplicants to sup. It's just going to be all of our money, literally all of our money is going to go into a single ascendant. And that ascendant will be less powerful than a regular ascendant, or ascendants would be in a standard game, because, well, there's just fewer of them. Ascendants tend to be quite bad on this map, or on Synergy. They're already expensive on non-Synergy rounds. So yeah, they're on a 5-second cooldown. The abilities, like, this is not... The time on them is not important. The energy, however, is notable. Alright, let's start feasting. The CD does affect the ritual of binding. So not only are supplicants more expensive, but it needs to feed more often, which is intense. There we go. Oh, he just yoinked a supplicant from the next wave, which is hilarious. They have a lot of regen on their team. See if we can get another supplicant here. But this will not be sustainable. We're already running out of supplicants. The extra energy is working very well, I must say. Let's do this and this for moments when I actually need it. Because yeah, we actually have charges on these guys available, which is neat and unusual. They're just kind of regenerating on their own, which is usually not how that works. And the next wave shows up and they eat again, which is neat. Battle cruiser operational. So yeah, just manual cast snap and watch Gary disappear. This is working way better than expected. And it's almost exclusively because of the team. You decide whether you need to head pop or not. I'm just looking at the board and seeing, are we dying to things that need to head pop? The answer is yes. And by a lot. You do 400. You do 550. So we're not quite in premium head pop territory. How close are we? We're not. The basic attack is funny here. I don't need to brain burst that. The brain bursts. Nope. Are you oh. I selected this guy, not the guy on the field. Oops. Destroyers do okay? I don't have destroyer I don't have... My auras don't benefit destroyers even a little bit. Well, those orbs are starting to really crank up the damage. Destroyers of buns in every universe. Yeah, you can get some auras that make them pretty alright, but do not come recommended. We should set these two to a hotkey here. We have 3 of them on the board. Neat. Someone survived. Snap it. Got it off just before it expired, which means that that entire side has been cleansed. Okay, so the orbs have gotten to the point where they're just cleansing the entire wave, which you'll love to see. Got it. The Super Ascendant. 105 kills, 39 kills. Honestly, much of that is not the Ascendants getting kills. It's the Ascendants dealing damage, and then someone else getting the kills. Which I presume is the Hydra's picking up the... Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. 50 kills on that Hydra. Yeah. The Ascendants soften everything. The Hydra's just come in and clean house. And then, well, the Infinite Zealot. I am surprised the Zealots worked. That is a ridiculous amount of damage taken. Hydra's best unit in the game. Why do you say these words? Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be winding it down here. That was a very... that was fun. It was a very fun night. So make sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, because we've got more content like this coming out every single week. Multiple times a week. And I want to wish you guys a Merry Christmas, a Happy Holidays. And make sure to join the Discord, where we have... Well, that's the place where we get together to do the actual fun things, like gaming off-stream. But for now, have a good night, everyone, and I will see you guys later.